ASMR. Flattening poplins. Look, now they're not on the table. They're now in a can just between the table and the door of the room. How's storage doing? Alright. Thunderstorm. Anyways, I needed smooth stone. That was what I was doing when the server restarted. Can't stick it in here because it'll just pulverize it and then I will end up with slag. At least it's quick, right? Look how quickly I'm getting smooth stone. We're now at the stage of the game where drawers get set up whenever an item comes in as a demand. Pork chops were demanded. Kelp was demanded. You see, this is kind of why I liked having the separate keys. Like, yes, I know I could probably just like craft a bunch of different ones and then like it's not a problem. Uh, Obsidian, netherrack. Right. This needs to be soul soil. Okay, doesn't need to be, but like that's what seems to be queued up. Basalt, smooth basalt, magma block, black stone, smooth basalt, calcite dot. God dang it. Fine. Right. Also have to put that uh put down a what you call it? Dang it. That didn't work. Not the light bar. Um up. I should also do glass today because it like look. I have this on the crafting grid now, so I can do smooth stone in bulk fairly easily. Well, not just the smooth stone, but I can do the barrel crafting. annoying color array crafting. You know, you could just skip the color array and just use like plain. Heck, you don't even have to be coloring them pink. The extra effort shows you're putting some kind of thought into it. There we go. Now. Okay. Whoop. I also need to set a priority on different things. Drive priority 50. Does not need to be that high or anything like that, but like, especially given the fact the differential is plus or minus 1 is all you need to prioritize one over another. I don't expect that SmartBook managed to hop on, but I dropped him a message that was, hey, yeah, like, look how expensive this is. Don't even know if they've poked that at all. For them to, like, say where in the world things like these should end up. I love how they're keeping, like, all the rocks. So they've got so many rocks. Like, they're not doing bad for, like, what they have collected. That one's legal. 2 pogs. Yeah, like, if I had proper converting. Yeah, they've got 2 stacks of ball diamonds. 4 stacks of vault diamonds. Like, if it weren't for the fact it defaults to center and then you get the display like that, where it's like, what are you moused over? Like, making like a GIF that's just opens all these beginner chests of uncompacted things, and like they're not doing bad for level. I mean, ooh. Chromatic steel. Tempting. Tempting. Like, they're to the point that they're getting trinkets. Oh. That is not the sound a dolphin makes. Yeah, I'm not good at that imitation. Yeah, like... Currently they're basing with me, but at the same time not. We happen to just be in the same area. But, like, that's just because, like, I'm out of coordination. Not to mention, like, with the, crafting issues, I haven't been able to take real strong advantage of, what you call it. Also, I might want to make another core. What you call it? That thing. Interface. The controller. Storage controller. At some point. Okay, those aren't online. Among other things, I think I need to, like, yeah, eventually I need to move that. Because that's not going to live there forever. Because at some point it should become part of this array. Which means I have to figure out how in the world I'm going to convert it for farming. Like, probably I can just kind of go, hey, I'm done with it. But, like, right now, the minecart's far enough in there that I can't just currently cheese it with the lazy shot. But I've got more than enough in there that it's like, okay, cool. So I'll need to take that down at some point. Need more cogs. But, let's see. I need 32 of these. All right. Top row was magenta. So we're going to start by making 2 magentas. Purple. Purple is made by mixing green, or mixing blue. And then, do I not have any cyan dye currently crafted? Like blue, cyan. There we go. Alright. Blue, cyan. And then I need to make glass out of that, which means what I should do is Sir, I hear you have some sales going. No clue what time of day it is, so I don't know how long it'll be before he refreshes. Hey, sir. Thank you. Nighttime. Wish the range wasn't so high. Oh, your zombie in a boat is too close. Alright. Something. Probably shouldn't use multi-block kitchen. Okay. Right. Last one to find. Frameless. Magenta frameless. Frameless. Those are fine. And then these. For the moment, I want to put the frameless glasses in there. You've reset, right? Yes. Unfortunately, that's like too complex of something for me to like program in that recipe chain, at least on one villager. And then to make frameless, you take you just take the yeah, you take the regular stain. So like going through it, I can make all of the stainless glasses just by making all the unstained ones. But next up is drawers batch 2. Second row down is orange. Next to orange is red. Next to red is light blue. Next to light blue is green. I don't have sticks in the system, right? That's not a thing I've done yet. Yeah, and then I have like the crystals and things like that to sort out at some point too. I think I need to make another controller and make the unsorted a separate thing from the barrels. Let's go. Avail ourselves of these. I think there I should repair that shovel and my primary pickaxe, actually. But if my primary pickaxe looks like that, yep, have not finished this yet. Sticks. I need 8 of these. And I don't remember how to make a glass one. B-double-O. B-double-O's favorite painting. Let's go put this nonsense down. And this is why I can't hook up, like, what you call it? Routers and these things quite yet. All right. Dyes, glass. Start with orange. Red. Light blue. Green. I can sleep next, but yellow barrel. Pink barrel. Most common craft. Light barrel. Lime barrel. And somebody might ask, like, okay, why do you have the colors in that order or whatever? Why is, like, white not just in a straight line between the grays or whatever? And the answer is, this is the order I put them in. It's a mixer's palette. Noting that, like, black and white makes gray, and white and gray makes light gray. This is the weirdest part of the array, is that diagonal layer. And then brown is just, well, brown's an outlier. Because what is it? It's like not quite red and some other, like, if you had to describe why brown is the way it is, and it's like, where do you put it? Put it wherever you have left. And you're making a 4x4. Focused on mixing primaries. And we don't have a light brown or whatever. Alright. The B00 special there says, time to sleep. Alright. You're doing very well. Less than efficient for the amount of potato. Anyways, tape. Tape, 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 tape. 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 Yeah, so I've got a smooth stone someplace. Because that was pre... Yeah, that was pre-redstone furnace, so I wouldn't have cooked one, I would have cooked 8 if I could. Sunflower. Alright. Potato goes in potato storage. Bit more paper. Give that a minute to reset itself. Right. Black. Standard glass goes back away. So dies back into place. And then, funnily enough, the easiest way to actually deal with this is back here, if I can remember. So that's that. Once I hit these with locked. Okay. Like I could just put down a crafting bench right there, but at the same time I can come over here. Make a couple more of these. Get distracted by that guy. That's already frickless. And like, there's no actual requirement for me to have frameless glass in the array. Like, as you saw, some of them appear frequently enough in the vault that it's helpful. But other ones are like, does this even appear anywhere in the vaults? Who knows? Like, is brown frameless glass used anywhere in the vaults that I am likely to end up mining out? It's not my concern right now. Concern right now is I have the opportunity to make the array. Make the array look nice. I can make the array just include everything. And then whether or not it exists, it will get handled in if it ends up in my inventory. Like this. At some point I need to get this set to an appropriate priority, but that also requires me to be far enough down that I can reach it. Priority. Look, some people are like, why in the world would you... Why in the world do you set it so high? The correct answer is, because it gives me the upper bound option of using a +10 button. And if I use the +10 button a bunch, it's very unlikely that somebody messing around with the system will set something anywhere near high enough to override primary. Because nobody else wants to come in here and have to click any of the buttons 11 times just to add a storage to this. And you would have to click at least 11 times to get over the 100. Or you'd have to manually type something, and that's like click, swap over to typing, type the number, click OK, and it's like... That's not happening. Well, I shouldn't say that's not happening. That's unlikely to happen with anyone who's going to end up anywhere in my system, because the reason I can mess around with my system the way I can is because I always base with people who aren't anywhere near as obsessed with the setting up the storage as I am. So I never have to compete with that. The only time that doesn't hold true is when somebody starts living in my walls. Yeah, here I am. I'm over level 50. Okay, yeah, I keep using these on things, but like, I have what, 40 more vault diamonds available compared to what Smartbook has over in Smartbook storage. Me, level 65, having to do all this, and you're telling me that all of these drawers right here, from here to here, should cost more than that to compact? Because I'm still like 120 short if I wanted to turn all of these to compacting in that same way that I have driftwood right now. As long as that remains 18. And like, even these alternate ones, like, all he's doing are compressing, and then I have to deal with, okay, I have to grab the decorative and put it in separately, and like, if it's not in the index, like, my deposit upgrade is not going to put driftwood in this system. It's just not going to, because it's not going to register that it can. Alright. Anyways. I know they're working on the patches. I know they're working on the patches. I know they're working on the patches. Can it finish sometime soon? Please? Because I've got other things waiting for the 3x3 compression upgrades to not be 18 to 20. Like, my storage solution should not sound like a category that Twitch keeps track of on the regular. Alright. Anyways, I had a snad. Have I gotten any red sand yet? Why am I looking in those manually? I only have to look in these manually. I don't see one here. Alright. Yeah, I don't have any red sand around. Alright. Although I do not expect that I'm going to make a large amount of snad. Soul snad. Or red soul snad. Or red snad. Because it's a modded thing, I might as well stick it in the modded category. Okay, sir. Who says you need to trade with clerics to get experience? Alright. Now that I've gotten distracted by storage for long enough, time to go right back to what I had been doing. Grabbing a series of things to throw at the altar. Based on what the altar... I need 2 on this, right? Based on what the altar has just asked me for. Like, this just needs water. Does Snad work on kelp? Yeah, like Lapis already has a storage. Alright. Species. Nonsense. Watch this. This is fun. Like, that tells you how close or how far away the exclusion zone is. I have not added water bottle yet, have I? Or... Yes. And then I have nothing to do with the boots. Guess what? Leather boots. Leather boots. That's how you can craft them. At most, I could make them into festive stockings, or I can enchant them. Like, I have no other purpose for them. So, in theory, one of the ways I could save on storage is set up some kind of weird setup that does this, except for the fact it needs crafting. So that doesn't work well, so probably I just need to create a system that auto-voids the boots. La 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 la. Oh, that's mean. Eh, okay. Down you come. But that tells me that all of that I should make sure I put on the system. Yeah, it's still prioritize save slot compared to closest. And so this is like, okay, that's certainly nonsense, but at the same time, it's something I need to prioritize. This is a farmable and is even requested by the altar at some point, so it needs to stay around. The festive stockings here are complete nonsense that I just generated. And I added rotten flesh already, right? Yes. Alright. I've got some identifying to do. Yep, that's granite. No, it's not granite. That's regular stone. That's that. That's that. That's stone. Andesite. Alright. Chaotic, chaotic, epic, epic, epic. Chaotic. Chaotic. Okay. So priority 1. Salve. And chaotic gear. Hello, nonsense, my old friend. Nothing to write home about. 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 Alright. Step 2. Epic, 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 epic. So that's still busted. Okay. Tropic Bind. Effective one. It's tempting. I can't do much work with it, though. Like, the chances seem to be way lower, but... that's not the same as non-existent. Anyways. Damage. Like, living is one of the most important modifiers. And even that, like, usually doesn't get past, like, the rarity difference. Because, like, it's only good if you can get at least the types you want on it. Glowing diamond, wheat seeds, tough. And one of the things I can do now with diamond, instead of having to do like the pulverizing of gear, using like auto traders with villagers, is because we've got raw vaults, you can do the diamond nuggets or the diamond caves. And since these are basically just like free, even if I hadn't already mined out however many of these, it would be like, okay, cool. Especially because, like, honestly, these all existing here, like, what am I going to do with some 13s, 6s, and 0s? Like, I could just throw a bunch and go, we want to do a resource day. I still need to check whether or not, what was it, Unbreaking the Vanilla Immortality, whether or not it applies for raw vaults, because if it does, which some people believe apparently it does, and I think it was something they talked about doing, if that is in fact in the books, then I can absolutely go ham on raw vaults. Walk in, get a bunch of stuff, walk out. still need to, at some point, hook up a disk drive, but I think I will do that after I reposition the sugar boxes and things like that, and decide whether or not I'm leaving them on the same system as everything else. Did I already do the ores? I think I did, yeah. Still not the absolute healthiest it could be, but, I mean, that's back up to double digits. It was down to 2. I didn't get much Xenium during that, Nether Vault, but I did get the Augment. Which means I've got 1 Nether Augment, even if I've gotten none of the, void ones of any sort. I don't need to take those out, I just need to get more of them. There we go. 3, 2. Dang. Right. I just got the next crystals set, so already have a drawer for seeds, already have a drawer for diamonds, don't have a drawer for the glowing sacks, which, where have I stuck those suckers? So I need to put those in. They get a standard limited 1 barrel. And it gets to be dyed pink, like everything else. It ends up here, near the fishing. What else was it? It was tough. Okay, tough gets a drawer assigned, finally. Yeah, I could do this more frequently. Instead of just whenever it assigns them. Alright. Tough. There's soul soil. Smooth basalt. Blackstone. Because that can't just stay that tier. I'm going to need some upgrades on it and things like that. Not to mention at the like long term, once it's like diamond tier and a couple of stack upgrades, its last slot gets to be a void upgrade. Because you do get to a point where you don't need more of it. Okay. So I should be able to go. Look at all that nonsense. What was it that I can do with fishing rods? I know it's like not necessarily much. I can use it to craft the entangler. Carrot on a stick. Fast pickup augment is something I need. Okay. We can get stuck through this smelting. It's used in Britannia, not that I've... Yeah, like... I can burn it. And I can make mold out of it. Okay, so that's all the soul soil I have. It's going here. I need to assign the fish at some point. Probably before I run too many more crystals, or before they even get a request on the altar in the next little bit. Ooh. Not horrible, not horrible, I will say. The wishbones might be a bit tough. But that's just... I just have to find runes. It's Salt Shade, so cracked script should be relatively free. Scrolls are... yeah. The scrolls and jars shouldn't be horrible. 3 jars, 4 scrolls. We want to start by checking what our carves are down here. That's the script. That's wooden. That's the, what you call it? Clock. Yeah. Clock dragon. Anyways, that I believe was effectively just a tank fizzle. Downstairs. Which probably means it was... Anyways, I appear to be moving slower today than normal. Just a little bit. Not... unheard of. Decent number of hordes, so I don't expect green to be any amount of a bother comparatively. That scripter's done as the first thing, even over hordes. Wooden village. Which would be great if I had anything wooden to do. But I don't. So we're going to leave that one be. Wonder what counts as done for that. Coins are done. Wooden. Living. Living, wooden, wooden, Alright, boys. Form up. No ornate secret. That appears to be a war room. Orbit. For gold. I'm not going to be too fussed about that. Purple essence. Alright. With cage. Bonk. I said. Ugh. So because I seem to be processing slow, I might have a harder time with this vault than I was expecting. Wooden. 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 Ornate secret. So this is at least something we need, so... Really? No jars? Okay. Wooden, wooden. Nothing there. Wooden. Wooden. Right. I do have that available. Might as well get some extra stuff while I'm doing this, right? This is gilded. child. Living. Woods. When I go backpacks, like big backpacks instead of the lunch boxes, then I will potentially contemplate the auto feeding upgrade. But right now, I don't have the slots I want to add that in. I need the 7 for that to really be viable. Wooden. Down, boys. Wooden. No, wooden. Please. Boards are always pretty much worth it right now because of the lemon card. That's a coins in the center. Yeah, this is one of the bummers about swapping over from a thorn shield to a not thorn shield. Like, I'll swap back over to thorns if I get a mid-high rose thorn. Look, that take bounty is done. Anyways. Hi, Pixel Room. You serve no purpose for this run, unfortunately for me. If I'm doing good on looting, I can go back for it, but I still don't have the ability to search out and find ore rooms using what you call it, the compass yet. This is the theme for doing tank mobs, if that's want to do tank mobs. Jar. Still not done with jars. That's wooden. Gilded. Gilded, sorted. Why do the drowns do that? They just stop in the water. Yep. Because they're still subject to vanilla drown searching commands, and when in water, they're fairly passive unless the target is also in water. So, short of them making making the theme everything is underwater and everything is subject to conduit power, they can't guarantee drowned hunting the player at all times if they step into water. And don't get me started about how the dynamics change if the vault rooms are set up so the player is free swimming everywhere. Especially because that means, like, okay, what if you rolled the theme early and haven't put on Depth Strutter yet? Like, we know that speed affects swimming speed. The speed enchantment effect. But, like, without Depth Strider, it really does not matter to have speed in water. Not that you're going to have speed before you have Depth Strider, at least not with current balancing. Second wishbone. What's the story? Wishbone. Double dungeons. Cool. 8 minutes left. Still need a jar. In theory, while searching for jars or whatnot, I should easily source the last of the green essence. Like, that's not a concern. That one doesn't list. Somewhat disappointing. Far from the worst, but like, and at least these are relatively large ones. So less than 50% spawns on points of interest. Not like mobs from points of interest, but total points of interest generated in the room. Yeah. Generated is the correct word, not spawned, but you know. too short of a time for just about anything unless that literally says hordes over there. And even then, jars sorted, which means move on from here. Go away, please. Thank you. Five minutes, 2 wishbones, 3 green. Yeah, like some of these rooms probably have points of interest. Like this one has a decent chance of spawning a decent 5x5 point of interest down in it. This one has a decent one, not of that location, but over here. Which both of those were like, would have been juicy ones if chests hadn't sorted themselves already. Like I said, this one has a decent chance of that 5x5 down there. But I still need 2 wishbones. Yes, I could probably get 1 consistently if I get one of the good 5x5 spawned, but because I need 2, I'm better off just moving for the next ore room if they exist. Like, this is one of the exception ones because it requires no extra routing to just drop down here. Already got a wishbone. And that's sorted. Okay. Turn-ins not on this side. I can use grapes or kiwis, basically unabated because I have them in excess. Keeps pressing caps lock as though I've got my battle cry learned yet. And by battle cry, I mean lucky cry. Because being able to on-demand your on-hit life leech for the next couple of hits is really decent against bosses and champions. Alright. Tapping. Coordinate my beloved. Let's hope it doesn't cost me the vault. Which it shouldn't. Me being stubborn. Drowns could. There we go. Yeah, I'm like, none of this I want to upgrade, except maybe Vein Miner goes to 16 at some point. Trinket, mod boxes. Alright. Something. Everyone's like, maybe he's ADHD. Yeah, maybe he's autistic. Maybe it's Maybelline. Wait. One pog. So the shoes to delete. Look. This a Minecrafter knows. This, like, it's like 10 something, not near noon. Like, what in the world does this mean for how much of the Minecraft day is gone by? Absolute nonsense. Wait a minute. I thought I thought I had these assigned. Did I not? I didn't assign those. Okay. And is this at capacity? Yes, that's at capacity. Yeah, I think I'm going to make sure that any of the ones I've actually hooked up become iron capacity, because that gives me the option of putting in 2 upgrades. Once I convert these to like... Anyways, like, I lied about... Maybe I should go and dig out the cage area, because I have now gotten distracted and have failed to. Anyways, the pants went up a health tier. So that's good to know. At some point, the armor will catch up. And I mean the prefix, not the main. Oh, wait. I was looking at the booth instead of... Yeah. Not to mention, that durability suffix has a bit to go, and... This all gets to be categorized as nonsense. And this is one of the reasons why I'm contemplating separating these to their own system. Pulverize these. Look, I've made glass. Um, Burned. I don't think I have anything that I actually need ferns for, whatever. But... anyways. Larimar, Larimar, Larry, Mar. Bonk. When it's in the blue state, it's great. But, like... that fade, it's just like... no. fine, fine. We're just going to continue doing a too high mining of this. Set by 3. Thank you. Do. I do that so I'm not about to do this, which eliminates that health anyways. That didn't even work. It only got rid of one of them. So now for the next best thing. Send it to spawn. If spawn stays loaded. Okay. Arrows. What fungus needs... I think I already have it in a slot. If not, I should do that. Arrows need a slot. Odd box. So I should put, at some point I should make 2 drawers that's, like, technically these aren't part of it, but, because they don't drop. Alright. Back in the system you go. Okay, I have assigned them. Cool. But, I have not signed, I have not assigned arrows. I have assigned copper, assigned fungus, arrows, fungus, copper, and sand. So I just need my pink dye. Lever. It's not a lever. Arrows. Technically, since I'm adding arrows. In theory, I should probably make a Fletcher at some point. Because I do need more arrows than that for this batch. That or I... Gauge. And then because I'm being lazy, I could just set the cage on top of that. But instead, I think I need to find... At some point, I need to get rid of this chest monster too. These go away. You see, one of these sets is not like the other. So because of how the sophisticated storage works. Like, I might as well have the sophisticated chests when I actually set up cages. And I think the plan is cages and botany pots in some combination here. In those chunks. As I've said before. This isn't even on the chunk boundary. So like my first sign that I will be at the chunk boundary will be, there we go. Does let me do subsections like wait, that's not even chunk order anyways, so oopsies. Right, there we go. Yeah, we drink this backpack start doing refill upgrades from it. The restock or whatever it is. Reach magnet go bear. I don't think it's there. I think it's one more over from that. And just in case. No mysterious one down here, okay. Pretty. Something, something. That's overkill for lights. And I think technically that means I should, cause myself problems, apparently. Okay. This needs to go back here. These need to go back here. This can go here. Ow. Cables. End up in this one. Grid. Crafting grid. So. Standard chest should get a barrel because I do use it. Support thing. Little guy. Alright. Oh. I need to assign doors at some point. Routers cost 3 to start. Right. 3 to start. Nom, nom. Minty. Ah. Step 1. At router. Step 1. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why, like, some of these things end up in this. So puller. But what I need actually is the sender. But that requires chests. That's why chests need a drawer. Because chests need a drawer. Did that wrong. Pink. Now. Bonk. What category are chests? Ores, blocks. I think they go next to books here. Configured router. Sender. And this is probably the important thing. Oh, are you going to pull from each one? Not with a regular puller. You might think, oh, that's expensive. Kind of. But at the same time, it's like, okay. What does that handle? Muffler upgrades are stupid more expensive than they had been. But that's because it used to be like just vanilla resources and not the extra vault diamond. You only need 3 to fully silence it, but you always need more muffler upgrades. And they don't drop from the recipes, so. Speed, stack, muffle. Bring into the router, round robin. Let's compact a bit. Not that. That one. That one. No. Never mind. Not those ones. I say as though I'm not going to have to immediately put all these back. Clock. Okay, I could be lazy and I could just put like lights on the ceiling rather than on the floor here. Okay. Mm. Alright. Range ups because... Ow. Right. Give me those back. The best way to check this is... Wrong button. Temporary waypoint. At about the same place I would stand. Then I come over here, stand in front of the router. 27. So that means this needs 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. It can be on eco mode because it'll do the spam every so often. But these operate once every minute or so. Anyways, I need to tape those and grab the cages. Oh, I think. There we go. Okay, then, like I said, I need tape. Okay, well taped. Copper barrel was blaze rods. And okay. Then I need to come over here, grab the important things. 5. I need to give that stack upgrade at some point. In theory, I should probably like unload this into just a 2, or into 2 separate, or into 3 separate ones, and let coal go to its proper thing, and then start voting it. But that requires me to put in compaction, so that's not going to happen yet. Yeah, each of these I need to push to iron tier at least. Four, 5. 3. This is why I need to be able to get behind them. Right. That was already voting, so that's why I don't have more. Time to annoy myself. By a lot. How much is a lot? Well, you see, I need to push this a lot of tiers. Which means probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. Grab these. Stick this back on the shelf. So I don't need rain trap at the moment. I can pull this back out. Look at that nonsense. Barrel 4. 2 of those. Last modified. Pink. Stick. Okay, I already had stick. Good. Boop, boop. And this is where it gets fun. Because Need to add pogs directly to the system at some point. Alright. Make another bold. And the reason this is important is because I need the slots for 2 stack upgrades, compaction, and void. I used up all of my current stacks. Okay. Void goes in 4. You're only allowed to void coal directly. All right. That's a times 16. Times 16. That was just a visual update. Doesn't actually show which slot is which. It just shows total. All right. Break it down now. One by one barrel. 1, 2. 7 to pink. Skulls. Yeah, that looks fine. All right. More of these. Actually need to worry about keeping withered bones. Void. Because I generate enough. Technically, I should have, like, because I think they have a stupid, like, withered bone block or whatever you can compact them to. Not that I'm planning on doing that. That one's floating. I think if I start voiding at 32 stacks of skulls, I can probably ignore any kind of worry about having that set to voiding right now with no stack upgrades. Anyways, that goes slot 8. All right. Really, I only have 2 skellies so far. Like, I'll get more later. It'll happen. Stylings. Hey, geese. It's potentially dangerous to have it hooked up to the system if I'm going to be crafting standard eggs out of them. And then it was Larimar. Close enough. Drowned egg. Sure. Not because I especially need it, but because it's. Let's burn a bunch of Larimar. Yeah. I'm gonna need to add voiding to that one and stack upgrade to that one. And I'm almost out of chromatic iron too. Yay! Alright. Enough of that nonsense for the moment. I am running out of resources, which means time to vault. Okay. Yeah, and then pots get tables over there made out of splits. So let's check. Yeah, I don't have any of these in overly much already. Yeah. Like if I had accidentally gotten like 13 or 14 of one specific sport already, it'd be like, okay. Limited barrel 3. Anyways, glad to see that there's a failsafe. That's always good to see. The fact that it will drop it in the least converted state instead of the most converted state. Means I get to ask, okay, so why is it that the barrels don't come with like an auto taping feature when you go to break them? Okay. What do I have anything right now that needs a limited barrel 3 that I haven't established yet? We need something that compacts 3 times. That doesn't already have a barrel set up. Yeah, I don't think I've got anything else right off. That only does a 2. Yeah, I think I got all of the 3s. The different types of fish want independent barrels. This only compacts to 2. So I don't even know what in the world I would do with this now that I've swapped it out. On the spice rack you go. And unfortunately, as long as I've got these hooked up, I can't just... Like, I need the voids on anything I put into it, as long as I don't have those disconnected. Otherwise, those will flood. As that directs things to the storage. You know, like this is doing. Because there's too much stone, and stone isn't auto-converting. Still need to run identification on these things. 1 epic, 1 chaotic. Okay, and the rares fit. Good. Living. Fear Javelin Juve. It's a living and it provides lucky hit. But most of those other things I don't think I would use. And that's a hard sell. One repair, living, yeah. Just like none of those level up even, so it's like not really. F3G. Ooh, yoink. Don't mind if I do. Now. 56 versus 58, so not an upgrade whatsoever. None of this seems especially like it's likely to upgrade. Okay. I have a new trinket. It's a repeated crystal ball. Yeah, none of that is likely to replace anything. Three, four, five. Green column card. Luck hit. Unlikely to be useful. Oh. Kills. It's be more than just legendary to qualify. Bye-bye. And the problem right now... Okay, one of the problems right now is, like, okay, what am I going to do with this? Like, I need to make a drive for these, apparently. This many. Should have done this a while ago. Oh. Yeah, okay. Let's go in here. Let's go in here. This gets identified and nearly immediately scrapped. Yep. This goes in here. This goes here. And that one was this? Yeah. The scaff hunt one. So I'm sure that's going to be great, right? And I need to put the B00 special back. Six, one. Do any of these have a 3x that I want? Not unless I sort subsets of augments specifically, I guess. Yeah, Soul Shards is a 2. Hi, bot. Bye, bot. We can make you popular. Oh, please don't. Okay. Right. And this one doesn't even have actual water. Heck, it doesn't even have some of the slabs it's supposed to. Anyways, nothing up here. Nothing here. Okay, I absolutely hate recipe. The amount of knockback they have for the rate at which they fire, like, they do basically no damage, but they're like knocking you back so much variably. So if you want a mage throwing back spells at like the same kind of distance, how many scripts was it? 5? Yeah, this. This vault's going to be annoying to actually complete. Especially with, like, the leaves on some of these carved POIs that are normally easy to look through to see, like, things like living that commonly will be near leaves. Yeah, this vault is going to have a high chance of me just dying. I'll try it still, but like... And because they don't approach you or anything, ugh. Especially if they spawn on the hanging ones like that. Yeah, I can ignore living at this point. Not that one. I don't expect that I'm very likely to care about wanting to seal at the end of it. Oh, but you see how you want to get the maximum amount of power. Like, I'm not trying to min-max. Heck, I wouldn't even necessarily be on a piece of cake if, like, I didn't have to deal with things like, slight lag spikes or things like that causing problems. Still don't have bone shards yet. I don't know. Almost have the scrollers done. So this is turning around a bit, but it still has a higher fail condition. But not quite so bad because of the wooden beat the Omega. Gilded. Gotta love the stupid hitboxes that don't work. So that's scrollers, so that's gilded done. Wooden's done. Coins and ores. Coins and ores. Wooden. What's this corner of God today? Coins. Nonsense. We start at 30. Oh, thank God. It's not plastic. Okay. One secret. This is going to spawn mobs. How do I know? Ceiling closed. Ceiling doesn't close whatsoever if none will spawn. So there's not a chance of you getting locked in. technically this is me greeting, because no corn piles spawned, and this doesn't get me any closer to being done with the ores as well. So alright. I'm centering it. Wish I had the anchor to be absolutely certain that I got everything I wanted out of that. Breaking. Well. Pull it in. Pull it in. Ornate. Wooden. 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 And ores. Oh. Gilded. Wooden. That is just wooden? Yeah. It's not one of the mixed wooden coins that sometimes appears in those side ones. It's in there. Coin secret. And no secret. Scripter. No scripter. Okay. Wooden. Wooden. Dead end. What's the ornate secret? Library. Gilded. The gilded secret, not the ornate secret. Gilded secret. Coins. Ornate and coins. Scripter done. Okay. Greed is good. Orums. I get to search for orums. Everyone loves having to search for orums. Greeting. Bye, boys. Two bone fragments. Xenium. Okay. Okay, and this is at least one of the decent ones. Zine. Is that it for this room? Shit. Is this an ore room? It's okay. Bone shard. Alright. Claim. Disgusting. Not the fruit. Fruit is good. This. Oh. I will say, they aren't wrong. It does seem to take longer to deposit to the sophisticated storage drawer things comparatively. But yeah, that one of the things it does have going for it is like technically these aren't stored in chunk; they're individually instanced storages. But that means that each one of those is a full bag. Okay. Now for nonsense. Plastic. And like some of these are like there we go. Hidden item. All right. Nonsense. Sand, yellow concrete. Like, where did I get the yellow concrete? This needs all compressed. Let's see. What else am I still mainly compacting out of decor? I mean, I could just check that by, and then it's which of these seem to be really high. Okay. And then carbon's been dealt with. All right. And zinc. Sheeps. That's been cleared out. This 16 zine. Anyways, that's going to wrap it up for today. Bye.